Will come to order. Ms. Remmer, would you please call the roll?
Board Member Durham.
Here.
Board Member Flores.
Excused.
Okay. Board Member Goff.
Here.
Board Member McClellan.
Here.
Board Member Rankin. Board Member Sheffel.
Here.
Board Member Schroeder.
Dr. Schroeder is excused.
We have a quorum.
Quorum is present. Could you, Ms. Remmer, please notice the executive session, please?
Sure. An executive session has been noticed for today's State Board meeting in conformance with 24-6-4023A CRS to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to 24-6-4023A2 CRS and matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or rules or state statutes pursuant to 24-6-4023A3 CRS.
Let the record show that Dr. Flores is present. No, that's quite all right. And do I have a motion for an executive session? Second?
Second.
Second, thank you. Did you get that?
Yep.
First, the second. Is there objection to the motion for an executive session? Hearing none, that motion is adopted by a vote of 6-0 with one excused. Those that should not be here for the executive session, will please leave, and we'll close the doors. proceed out of order for the item we laid over, item 13.01 from Wednesday. Do I have a motion relative to the appeal of Colorado Community Leadership Academy versus charter schools? Bruce, do you have?
Do we, number one?
Please.
I move to grant the motion to dismiss the appeal in case number 19-CS-11 with written order from the AG's office from Conflict Counsel.
That's proper motion. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. I think for the record, the written motion, or the written order should contain a finding from the board that we lack we're dismissing due to lack of jurisdiction because of the party's failure to meet the statutory requirement to mediate the dispute. Can't hear me? Can you hear me? No. Okay. Because I can't, I'm sorry, that the failure of the parties to mediate the dispute as required by the statute means that we do not have jurisdiction to hear this particular appeal. Ms. Marumber, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham.
Yes?
Board Member Flores. Yes. Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle.
Yes.
That passes 6-0.
Thank you. Relative to the emergency motion for continuance, is there a motion, Ms. Rankin?
I move to deny the emergency motion for a continuance in case number 19-CS-11.
Moved and seconded. Is there discussion of that motion? Seeing none, is there objection to the adoption of that motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted by a vote of 6-0 with Dr. Schroeder excused. Thank you. Now we'll proceed to item 3. Ms. Mello could not stay for the legislative, but I think there are some things we might want to discuss as a board relative to at least schedule going forward and any priorities. Ms. Goff, you had some suggestions or comments?
Only that we, Ms. Mello will convey to us the dates of committee here, legislative events that we traditionally are involved with, and that includes the Joint Budget Committee hearing with the department and the state board. The SMART Act hearings, we are always cordially invited to attend. The state board annually sets legislative priorities and distributes them to both education committees, other legislators, and our constituencies as well. So we will be looking to be developing those. No particular deadline for completion of that is necessary. However, it is usually our desire to have that complete and out there for folks to know about prior to the start of the session. So between now and January, we will be working on that. Legislation, as it gets developed, we should have a clear idea of bills that will be introduced, particularly those related to education, K-12, between now and the start of the session. So as they get introduced in the various houses, we use that as our marker for beginning our discussions and consideration of positions that we might take, if any. So we always report, and Ms. Mello is a standard agenda item during the session for us. So we will be letting you know where we are with legislation. Thank you.
Any additional comment from board members or suggestions of thoughts about proactive legislation at this point in time, or is it too early for that? Dr. Flores?
Yeah, I really think that, but this is for local boards that are spending, I know in my district, 1.5 million from outside sources were spent on the election for the Denver Public Schools. This was dark money. A lot of dark money was spent. So I think something needs to be done about all this dark money that we don't know where it's coming from, but it's coming from outside that's trying to, take over our local elections. And there is no limit. We have limits. We have a $450 limit as to contributions, but our local districts do not have a limit. And I believe that we should have limits. I'm sorry, but that's an outrageous amount of money from outside just coming in trying to buy our elections. It's not right.
Thank you. I don't think our constitutional mandate extends to dark money as a board.
Well,
Um,
buying
uh,
elections
Appreciate,
is
and
from outside
we're
the
not
s-
the election, we don't work for Secretary of State either, I don't think.
Well,
So anyway, if we could.
maybe the
uh,
Secretary of State could think about it.
They have their own lobbyist, so. I would suggest that we ask Ms. Mello to give us a report at the board meeting that we're gonna conduct by telephone in December. And if by that time, we may have some idea of proactive legislation that any of the members might like to suggest, and I think be prepared to discuss it at that time. And then, and she may we won't see any bills until they're actually introduced on the first legislative day, which I believe coincides with our board meeting on Wednesday, January, 8th, I think? Whatever that Wednesday is. So we should be prepared to react quickly to legislation introduced at that time. Ms. Rankin?
Yes, in addition to what Board Member Goff said, we have been on a committee together to work on those legislative priorities. I don't know if we will be selected again this year. I assume we are, but maybe that could be an agenda item for December, so that if that is true, we can get that done before the beginning of the legislative session.
Sounds as if you volunteered yourself and Ms.
Yeah, I
Goff to
think
do
you
that.
Definitely
The
volunteer.
crowd
And
of
Ms.
volunteers
Marumba
for
will
that are
convey those
overwhelming.
volunteer efforts to Dr. Schroeder and see if we can't get that on the agenda for December. Okay. Any other legislative issues or legislative comments? Seeing none, we'll move on to item 4.01, notice of rulemaking for educator talent. So, let's see here. Dr. Anthus, would you like to introduce this particular rule?
Yes, thank you. So the next item on our agenda is a notice of rulemaking for the rules for the administration of the School Leadership Pilot Program. And Dr. O'Neill is here to give us a brief overview.
Thank
Dr.
you.
O'Neill?
Thank you very much. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. I'm Colleen O'Neill. I'm the Associate Commissioner of Educator Talent for the Colorado Department of Education. This morning, I am here to talk a little bit about a notice of rulemaking regarding the rules for the administration of the School Leadership Pilot Program. This is 1 CCR 301-111. The rules for the administration of the School Leadership Pilot Program. Today, a quick overview of what we're going to talk about. When we're going to talk about why are these coming forward to you, what are the program requirements, a little bit about the application timeline, and a little bit about application contents. This rule set is a little bit different than what we've seen in the past, and so I want to talk a little bit about that. First and foremost, the School Leadership Pilot Program was developed under House Bill 19-1002. Representative McLaughlin and many other legislators were a part of the program, and it charged the department with the creation of a School Leadership Pilot Program to provide professional development for our principals over the course of the next 3 years. There's some pretty specific program requirements, and then there's some flexibility within this piece of legislation. Specific requirements include that we will provide professional development for public elementary, middle, and high school principals. It's very clear about that. It's clear about during the 1920 budget year, we get to develop the program, design and implement it. This rulemaking notice is part of that development. We have to identify high-quality school principals who will interact with school principals selected to receive the professional development through the program. So the program requirements are twofold here. One is that we will be finding high-quality mentor principals that will also help the principal program participants and kind of partnering them up with the professional development that they receive over the course of the pilot program. The program includes professional development very clearly in two leadership characteristics. The first one is going to be distributive, and the second one is collaborative leadership skills. Some clear outcomes. They want the goals of improving educator retention, improving school climate and culture, and improving student outcomes are associated with that. Mr. Chair?
Yes,
May I
Dr.
ask a
Flores?
question? The word distributive, does that mean selling?
No.
Or-
Oh, thank you.
I
Thank
mean,
you,
I-
Dr. Flores. Distributive really means being able to spread leadership skills across
So in a way,
our schools. So
yeah.
no selling associated with it, but really being able to distribute leadership in a collaborative and collective way for our schools and our
Right.
district leaders.
Okay, thank you.
A little bit about the application timeline, and then I'll dig in a little bit more into exactly what you see in front of you for notice of rulemaking. The application timeline, so one of the things that has to happen here is really the board is just making a rulemaking notice around the application criteria. That's all is, again, a little different than some of the statutes that we've seen in the past. So what you're seeing in front of you as far as rulemaking notice is literally an application criteria that is noted already in the legislation. So a little tiny bit different than normal, but the application timeline as we think about the rules and the type of application information that would be collected for principals to be participants in this program, those we want to be able to do the rulemaking now. Hopefully a vote in January so we can collect feedback, a vote in January for that, and then we would be able to roll the application out to start the pilot program in February of 2020. Thinking the applications would come back in early April, notify folks no later than May, and then we would be able to start the pilot program, which is required by law, no later than June 2020, and that would conclude through the 2022 school year.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, so I'm just trying to get a kind of a head on this. So it would be like a principal of principals in a sense. So, but it is in a way kind of trying to sell the idea of we need more teachers, and this is a way that you can make the profession more desirable.
I think, yes, and I think part of the program here is really around developing a professional learning program that supports current principals in their practice and using the staff to help create distributive leadership and guidance through their schools. So really giving more autonomy to our principals and helping more autonomy to our teachers and helping our principals develop those skills to
Yeah.
really be able to support their staff a little bit differently and engaging in their own autonomy within the schools.
And I guess the word distributive, to me, because of distributive education,
understand.
sent me to that meaning. But we're not trying to compete with universities and other entities as far as training of where these skills are going to be kind of autonomous, are going to be different than a regular certificate. And we're not going to compete with universities. The CDE is
Right.
not.
No, Board Member Flores, Mr. Chair, if I may. You all actually did vote to support this piece of legislation. This has actually been something I've been really interested in my career. I really have a strong feeling that principals are the linchpin to a lot of what we do in both supporting teachers for their instructional practice, but we also know that the number one reason why teachers would leave the profession is actually their manager. And so it's supporting principals at getting much better at that. But also thinking about some of the things that you all want to do. Principals are really where it all comes together, where policy and practice meet. And so if principals aren't getting that professional development around for instance, your literacy interest, then that means teachers aren't getting the professional development and the support and the guidance that they need. So this is really the development of that program, and it's just a pilot. It's not going to serve all principals, but it's a place to have professional development for principals that we think has been lacking for the current level, the current state of principals, the current principals in our schools.
Right. And the other question is that in the reading of the white paper where you set out the rules, you suggest that there will be 2 principals from every district, and so I added it up, and so that would mean that we would have to train 356, around 356 principals to do this work. Now, where is, not that?
No,
I mean,
that-
there's 178
O'Neill.
districts.
Thank
and-
you, Mr. Chair. No, it's not from every district, it's from representative districts. So we have to have a rural, urban, and suburban, and we have to have elementary, middle, and high. So that's part of just at a very high level organizationally, this is not a program to train all principals across current acting
No,
principals.
2 principals from every district is what I read in your,
Okay, so, well, then I would definitely like to know where that is, because that's a pretty large scale. We are
Right.
looking at 2 principals potentially from districts that are urban, suburban, and rural, as
So that's-
outlined in the statute.
so that
and
means
then
6
elementary.
districts. 6 principals.
And in elementary, middle, and high. And I think those are the minimum requirements. Those are not the maximum requirements. Those are the minimum. So at a minimum, we're actually looking at 24 principals in the pilot program at a bare minimum.
Okay.
But we will be looking to scale that up. I think it's important to know that we haven't developed the program as a whole today.
Right.
What we had to come forward with was rules
Right.
to identify how you apply, which we took kind of straight out of statute for us, and that's all we've really done solidly
Okay.
today, is to make sure we know what that application
Right.
has to look like, so we can continue to develop the program over the course of the next couple of months to ensure that we're meeting current principal needs that would apply for this program and the statutory requirements.
Thank you for explaining,
You're
because I took it to mean 2 principals from each district, and then I thought, wow, 178 districts, that's,
Be a lot of principals.
A
I
lot
agree
of
with you.
principals.
Yeah, I agree.
thank
with
you for explaining that.
Yes,
What is the
Dr.
budget
Scheffel.
for this, the annual budget?
That's an interesting question that I should know off the top of my head. I want to say it's right around the $1 million or just under. So about a does anybody know the answer to that? Okay, 2.5 million, I believe, and I should know that off the top of my head.
Annually?
So, over the course of the program.
Over the course, which is
Over the course of the program, 3 years.
3 years. Got it. Thank you very much.
was there an appropriation in
Yeah.
this year's
Yes.
budget? Okay.
Yes, there is an appropriation, a smaller appropriation this year for development, and then more appropriation over the years.
Any further questions from members of the board? Seeing none,
Do you-
may I have oh, yes,
I'm
Ms.
sorry.
Rankin?
I am looking at, are we finished with that part of your presentation? Okay. 3.02, paren 10E, increase student academic outcomes. I mean, this is a perfect place to train our principals to learn about the READ Act, which is policy, which is in the legislature, and even the coach, who is a principal, may not know about that. So I think we'd be getting 2 people trained, possibly, if everyone does that with fidelity. And in my experience of the superintendents that attended my presentations and the principals that attended my and the teachers, there's a lot of knowledge that needs to be gained out there, and people are ready for it. I think this is just for leadership, a must. And I have to add, stakeholders or anyone else that says, I want this to be included, I want this to be, it's not a laundry list. This is 100% of the legislators that voted for this law. This law has to be a part of this, so
Thank you.
I'd like to see that.
So, Ms. Rankin, would you like an amendment to 302, paren 10, E, to require at least the elementary principals to have an element of training in the READ Act, implementation of the READ Act as part of this?
I think that would be appropriate. I don't know if it'd be legal.
sure it's legal.
Okay, then,
Practicing law without a license again.
maybe we should ask our lawyer.
May I?
Yes, Ms. Goff.
No, I do not disagree with that at all. I'm just wondering if we start hitting on a laundry list potential with that. My reaction today was, this to me today fits in very nicely with our whole conversation from yesterday about development of skill for our schools who are working on in the need area to work on things. And so I don't disagree. I agree totally that the READ Act itself, I just wonder whether or not we can actually insert that kind of language in here, or whether we're risking a lot of other things that would maybe tend to confuse people or frustrate people.
Mr. Chair, I understand where you're coming from. That's why I was very clear about the fact that 100% of the legislature voted for this READ Act, and I think it should specifically be spelled out until that particular bill is out of is no longer a law. And if you show me another law that comes through the legislature with 100% of people voting for it, that might also be inclusion. But I think, if nothing else, the stakeholders that would want to include other things would be educated about the READ Act. I think that would be a plus.
Dr. Shuffle?
It seems that in the rules in 3.02, A, B, C, and so forth, there's 7 areas that are suggested should be part of this training, and one of them is increased student academic outcomes, and the READ Act would fit there. So it seems like when this gets blown out in greater detail, you could specify in E that the training for principals around how to support literacy should align with the READ Act, and maybe should spell out, math and writing. I don't know how that's gonna get blown out, but it seems like a good principal understands how to increase student achievement in these major areas, and certainly one is literacy. But that's just dedicated to young kids, and so you want more than that in here in terms of training principals, I would think. Yes?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Rankin.
I would concur with that. I wouldn't add math. I would just say, because it's specifically to this piece of legislation, that may be where it should go within this document. I'm not sure. But maybe it should be specified K-3. So that a principal that's in high school wouldn't be trained in this. It's elementary. Maybe Ms. O'Neill has some input on that.
I'm just saying that if this legislation is designed to help principals gain the leadership skills to support their schools in these 7 areas, of which increased academic outcomes is an essential core, we don't want to just limit it to reading in K-3, that's all.
Yeah.
Dr. Anthony?
Yeah, and I would just say, to Dr. O'Neill's point before, these rules are a little bit strange. So these rules, if my understanding is right, they won't be blown out. It's literally, it authorized the state board to create the rules on the application contents. I do think there's probably other places that it might be better suited, because this just says the open-ended questions that the principals are going to respond to. This doesn't say what the contents of the program are. So I think when we start building out the contents of the program, we can make sure that those elements are, we have authority over that, and we can make sure that those elements are in there. This is literally the application.
But
So would it be,
okay.
would it be appropriate then to simply suggest, without amendment, that as you develop the, I guess would be curriculum for this program, that at least for elementary school principals, there's a specific reference and training on the provisions of the READ Act?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I absolutely believe that the board can give us direction as to what needs to go in there. So I will take that as direction at a bare minimum for READ Act to be a part of that professional development. If there is anything else that the board wishes to have direction, we'll be back with the rulemaking as well, or with the final rule notice of, let me try this one more time, with the adoption of the rules in January, and we're happy to take additional clarification from the board at that time as well regarding curriculum.
Then I have another question. If this is not on the application part, and a principal doesn't, believes, and his teachers that support him all believe in a different way of teaching reading, we've got the application and we've accepted them, and then they are not going, I think it needs to be on the front end. I don't even want them to apply if they're not going to be open to a piece of legislation.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Dr. O'Neill.
Would it be appropriate, as we're thinking about the context of the application, because they are open-ended essay questions, and to get a little bit to your point around, are we in the right mindset, right? To
Exactly.
be able to do that, and that's what the open-ended questions are actually really for, is for us to be able to identify that. Would it be amendable to add a question in there, just around, can you tell us a little bit, if you're an elementary teacher, can you tell us a little bit about your reading program? To try to get down into the context of that, would that be amendable?
It would be, but if they give the wrong answer, they're not
So we're
gonna.
gonna have a really good rubric.
Right, there you go, and a good
We
question,
understand.
a good
We
essay.
If they
understand.
gave the wrong answer, wouldn't you even more want them in the professional
Yeah.
development program?
Maybe a one-on-one
I
opportunity
guess that would
for
be
us.
for the coach of the coach, of the coach.
The coach of the
I think
coach.
so. So we will have
Understand.
another opportunity to deal with this in January. I would encourage Ms. Rankin and Dr. O'Neill to consult and see if there's some language that might fit, or if it's not in the rule, perhaps in some other documentation between now and our January meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion for the approval of this notice of rulemaking? Ms. Rankin, are you?
I move to
Third.
approve the notice of rulemaking for the administration of the school leadership pilot program.
Is there a second to that motion?
Aye.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the school leadership pilot program rules. Is there objection to the adoption of that motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted by a vote of 6-0 with Dr. Schroeder excused. Okay, next we have item 5.01, rulemaking, rulemaking hearing rules for the administration of educator licensure endorsements. Dr. Anthus?
Yes, thank you. So a hearing to promulgate these rules was made known through the publication of a public notice in September through the Colorado Register. Additionally, the state board voted to approve the notice of rulemaking at our September board meeting. The state board is authorized to promulgate these rules pursuant to 22-2-1071C CRS. So I believe Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Simons are here to give us the update.
Thank you, Dr. Anthus, for reading the part of the script I neglected to read.
We'll get it done.
Teamwork. Okay, Dr. O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will ask first, just to make sure there's nobody here to speak during the hearing. Nobody?
Is there anyone here present who would like to enter anything on the record relative to this rulemaking procedure? Seeing none and no one has signed up, please proceed, Dr. O'Neill.
Thank you. Again, Colleen O'Neill with Educator Talent, and joining me is Jennifer Simons, our Educator Development Principal Consultant and Specialist. We presented these rules, so these are rules for the administration of educator licensing endorsement, 1 CCR 301-101. We presented these rules back in September to the board for notice of rulemaking. We've collected feedback. Jennifer will give us a little bit of an update on what kind of feedback we have gained and garnered. Really quickly before we get in, I just wanted to let you know we are asking for a vote today, if at all possible, and if that's unanimous, at the end of our presentation. And of course, we want to take any questions that you all have for us. Quick reminder, today is our rulemaking hearing. We get the opportunity to vote. If for some reason these rules are not approved today, please know that they would actually either end up in December or they would go over to January. There are a couple of pieces in here, including the mentor endorsement that we'll talk about, that we're trying to get into the system fast enough to be able to do a few other things with the Department of Higher Ed to be able to support that work and get it into the pipeline as quickly as possible. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer to talk a little bit about what we've heard from these rules. Thank you.
First, I want
Simon.
to make sure this is working. Okay. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Just a quick overview of what we brought to you in September. Those revisions that are being proposed first was some general technical language cleanup. on a discontinuation of the trade and industry endorsement. When we went over that, there was a question from the board about how many total trade and industry endorsements had been issued. We had told you at the time that there were 23 that were active that would be grandfathered. We looked back at the numbers, and there have been 169 total during the life of that endorsement. And the other revision we brought in September was the new mentor teacher endorsement. Just as a reminder, that is an endorsement that required the department to create it under Senate Bill 19190.
And so if we have questions about
Dr.
that.
Flores?
Thank you, sir. So that would be under, we would do that after you make the presentation, is that correct?
Mr. Chair.
If we had questions?
I think, Dr. Flores, I think we would, I think it would be good to get through the presentation so you can hear a little bit of the
Sure.
feedback. And they may or may not answer your questions, but we're more than happy to take
Thank you.
questions. I think that would be wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you very
Ms.
much.
Simons?
Okay, here is, you also have in front of you the stakeholder feedback summary document, but just at a high level, the comments that we got were in two areas. One was concern over hiring barriers that might be created by the creation of the mentor teacher endorsement. We wanted to clarify a couple of things in related to those concerns. One is that this endorsement would not be required in order for a teacher to serve in the role of a mentor. It would be optional. The other is that there would be local flexibility available in program design for districts and preparation programs working together. And then again, our more detailed responses are in your stakeholder feedback summary document. The other area we received feedback in was a concern over the discontinuation of the trade and industry endorsement negatively impacting CTE program availability. We wanted to clarify that those relevant CTE endorsements would continue. This is not the same as those CTE endorsements. And we're hopeful that this change will actually minimize that confusion moving forward. And that was really all the feedback we got. So with that, we can take whatever questions or comments that you have.
Questions from members of the board? Ms. Rankin?
And I believe I talked to you about this before. Page 5, where it says the relevant CTE endorsement areas will continue to be offered. Relevant, can you describe what that is and who determines it?
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. O'Neill?
just to clarify quickly, any endorsement, like when we talk about any endorsements being relevant and how we review those? Not just the career and technical, or the trade and industry endorsement, kind of any, okay. So originally, I think we had said that we review annually every year, so staff reviews annually every year all endorsements for relevancy. Basically, we start with data that says, are we issuing endorsements in those areas? That's our first question. We collect data on every single one of those areas to determine. That's how trade and industry popped up on our radar. We have a couple other endorsements that are similar to that we continue to watch. We usually watch them for about a year to make sure that there isn't any impact in those endorsements that seems to be an anomaly, right? Like one year there's 20 and the next year there's 0, and we just want to watch those over time. And so we analyze the endorsements to identify that. We then take a look at our educator preparation programs that offer those endorsements in which folks can meet those requirements. For example, in the trade and industry, what we found is we were issuing very few endorsements over the course of the year. We had 23 active, and we had one program that was actually struggling to attract participants to the program. And so that prompted us to have a stakeholder engagement conversation. So we went to our hiring directors, our principals, and our superintendents and said, are you using this? What are you using this endorsement for? And what are your recommendations for us to take a look at? So from there, we take those recommendations, we bring them back to you. If the stakeholder feedback comes back very clearly to us that they need the endorsement, they are asking for it, it is used extensively, and we have programs that can meet those needs, then it holds and we don't come back. But if we have some programs that appear to not be as relevant to the teaching field and to the educational field anymore, we then bring them to you for a recommendation of sunset.
Okay, yeah, thank you. That helps a lot. And also, if I was in the trade industry, could I come to you and say, I really need students that have endorsements in XYZ, and then what would be the next steps for me to, or you?
Absolutely. In this particular field, because trade and industry is covered by our career and technical education authorizations with our community colleges, that is exactly where we would go One of the opportunities that we have with, which sounds a bit odd, but discontinuing trade and industry, is that we release the requirement to have a teaching license. So then we can utilize the career and technical education pathways that are authorization pathways that allow a much more flexible, much more diverse entry into our educational field, and specifically into some of the trade and industry pieces that you don't have to have advanced degrees to be incredible at your work.
Can you have an endorsement without a teaching credential?
You cannot.
Thank you.
Ms. McClellan, then Dr. Flores.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. O'Neill, thank you for this presentation. And I also wanted to ask, we've had a couple of comments in the area of mentor teacher endorsement, and I really appreciated the staff response to that. I just wanted to confirm my understanding and to get a take on whether or not we have heard from advocacy organizations, CASB, CASE, CEA, on this particular issue, because if I understand correctly, this just gives a more formalized structure and recognition of those skills, and it's entirely up to the discretion of the district whether they use that formalized designation, and nothing prevents them from allowing mentorships to occur however formally they wish for those to occur within their district at their discretion, which is really a power they already have anyway, so that this doesn't do any harm. It simply offers that formal structure of training and recognition for districts that choose to utilize this system. Am I understanding correctly?
Thank you, Director McClellan. Yes, that you are understanding that correctly. It is completely optional. Districts may choose to use it, or an individual person. So if Jennifer just really wants to have those coaching skills, she can continue on and identify as a mentor teacher and get the endorsement and move, potentially up her own career ladder as a subject matter expert. But in all areas, you are correct.
And did we get any formal feedback from advocacy organizations, or is it just these two individuals that we heard from? I just wanted to make sure that we're fully responsive to those that had a concern.
Of course, thank you, Board Member McClellan. Formally, the only comments we got online regarding this was from a university staff member and a school district human resources director. I would add also that we did have a CEA representative on our stakeholder group that helped us design these standards.
Okay, thank you very much.
Dr. Flores?
Thank you. Dr. O'Neill, I am concerned about the mentor. I think you did a good job of explaining that it wouldn't take away from the supervision. There's some states that use the term supervision. There's a program for supervision, which actually means working with teachers. There's also the master teacher, kind of title. And sometimes it's formal, sometimes it's informal. So you're going to be working, I know advocacy groups are concerned. My concern is universities. But you will be working with universities on this. I think I heard you say that.
Dr. O'Neill?
Thank you, Dr. Flores. Universities are the only ones that can provide the pathways. Or
Right.
university-approved programs, educator preparation programs, are
Right.
the only ones that can provide the pathways to obtain the mentor endorsement.
Okay,
And
so that's
educator
who you're
preparation programs
So
will be
that's who
worked
you're
with.
working with right now to do that.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Sheffel.
Was there any appetite to include language that suggests that the mentor teacher is a content expert? Or is it looks like just lots of process? And I was just looking at 4.24, this language here. Deepens and maintains own knowledge of the standards. That kind of gets at the edge of it. Maintains own knowledge of research-based practices, but that's more related to emotional, intellectual, physically safe classrooms. And then engages in professional learning opportunities to deepen and maintain knowledge of strategies and research-based frameworks. Doesn't really say that the mentor teacher is a content expert in achievement areas. That's just very loaded with process language. Was there, I don't know who developed this language or what entities fed into that language, but was there much discussion of that?
Thank you, Dr. Shuffle. There are stakeholders which were comprised of university faculty, district and BOCES staff, teachers. Their focus was really on the sorry, that's really distracting. The type of teacher who seeks out opportunities to develop their knowledge in that content area. So really that they're constantly developing that content knowledge, seeking out professional development and other ways of learning, not so much point-in-time expertise, if that makes sense.
I think one of the issues we have in education is that the mentor teachers, the coaches, if they're just process folks, it sometimes doesn't provide the kind of support that teachers really need. And so I don't know, I guess, I don't know if it's possible to add something. I suppose this language could already be interpreted that way by the universities. But I don't know what other board members may think. I guess I'd like to see something in here that says that the mentor is a content expert. And of course, that then relates to, well, what content areas? But-
Dr. O'Neill?
I think we could certainly make an amendment as you make the motion. We could have an amendment to add that in there if we would like. I think one of the concerns that may come back just for consideration is in some of our rural districts, we may not always have a content expert that mentors a new teacher. So as we think about mentoring Jennifer, I may really be the only English teacher in the district because we are small enough, and she may be the only math teacher. But we are paired together as a new teacher for her induction. So I think a lot of the conversation around what does that look like for folks kind of lends itself to I can be an expert in my own field, but I may not be an expert in my own field for Jennifer as a math teacher. So I think we can certainly add that content, and I do think there's an undertone, not direct, but an undertone in the rules that say that. But
So
if
you're
you
saying
want
this,
it more
this
explicit,
provides more flexibility to rural districts where they may not be a content expert? Is that what you think?
I think it provides a little more flexibility to, we're assuming you're a content expert because you're in your field, and then we're adding a layer of that process, coaching, all of those things. But I think if we would like to say it more explicitly, we can certainly add that. It's up to the board.
This is just for the endorsement, is that correct, Dr.
It
O'Neill?
is just for the endorsement. It's the rules that will determine what the ed prep programs provide by way of meeting the expectations, so it's the standards, and it's the rules for how someone would qualify for it as well. So it works kind of two purposes.
Yes, Ms. Goff?
I can't not ask this. I know this isn't particularly pertinent to this conversation. Was there any mention at all in the conversations, has it come out in the field anywhere at all, about the very existence of induction? I mean, and how that relates, because, you know, considering what we do or don't know about where induction is being done, if there was an increase in the number of educators who now can get a mentoring endorsement, just the thought of going out a little farther from the line here, could that be interpreted or considered for further work, that actually creates, if not already in existence, an induction program, that a new teacher or, you know, an incoming teacher is experiencing an induction of sorts by an affiliation or an association with a mentor. I'm just, it's not in the it's not in in the rule language necessarily. I'm just thinking ahead a little bit here, because it doesn't feel like we know a lot right now of who is doing induction according to the guidelines that are out there, or the requirements. And so, if this could be, even though this is not mandatory, and hopefully everybody's understanding that now, maybe it's an incentive, you know, that could be applied as not only a boost to recruitment, but also something that will build up a little bit the current staff in buildings. If we have some folks who are willing to go and apply for and get a mentor endorsement, and we know that will satisfy or be equivalent to an induction program that we may not feel like has been developed the way we know it should be. It's just thoughts, and I just wondered if that had come up at all in any conversations among stakeholders or others.
Mr.
Dr.
Chair.
O'Neill.
Thank you very much for the question, and I'll certainly let Jennifer weigh in as well. So this is tied in Senate Bill 190. This is actually, the mentor endorsement is actually tied to a grant program that the Department of Higher Education will be running beginning this spring, in which districts can apply to that grant program, one, for some compensation for those mentors, but the mentors will be required to have this in that grant program. So that's the only place this is required. It's not required for districts otherwise.
Okay.
And I think that was a little bit of the intention, as we've taken a look at, was kind of to push a little bit on who those mentors are for high standards and qualities around induction programs for districts who kind of want to take a bigger step into induction and maybe a little bit deeper work around that. So that's one of the places that will be tied. I think there was quite a bit of conversation around induction in general as a need and as a support mechanism, and especially around retaining our teachers. So I'll let Jennifer speak to it just briefly for us.
Thank you. I would add that, you know, in my work with induction programs around the state, one of the largest areas of struggle is training mentors. There's just often not capacity to do that. There's not staff to do that. There's not time to do that, but there's a desire to do that. And so what we've heard when, both in the stakeholder group, but also outside of that, when people have asked about this, is that this presents an opportunity to have so it is required that they have a mentor for their inductees, but how they train them has really been up to them. And this provides another option for them to have them trained by, you know, a rigorous standards-based, university-based program. And we're hopeful that that will, you know, provide that opportunity for them so that where they can't build in the capacity to train mentors, they can focus their efforts on the other aspects of induction that they do have the capacity for, and be able to rely on these programs to be building the quality of their mentors that they have available to them in their buildings.
Okay.
Dr. Shovel, and Dr. Flores.
Whenever we end up voting on this, I'd like to suggest a change to the language in 4.242A. Is this the proper time to suggest that language, or wait till we vote on the?
You might mention it so we can
Okay,
see
discuss
if
it.
it needs some work. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
So I was wondering if this would be helpful, 4.242A, where it says, and curriculum to ensure that every student has access to instruction that supports maximum student achievement as opposed to standards-aligned content. I think it's implied that it's standard-aligned by linking it to the academic standards.
Okay.
It just seems like there should be language in there somewhere about excellent instruction in content areas. There's only one line, but it's a thought.
Right, yeah, think about that, members. We'll make that, make that motion to amend at the time. Any comments on that particular issue while we're on it, Dr. O'Neill?
No, I mean, I appreciate those words very much, and I certainly can add those. So thank you for
Okay,
for
Dr. Flores and then
that
Ms. Rankin.
information.
You know, while we were doing this, it brought to mind the 70s when there was such a need for teachers, just like right now. And during the 70s, there was a program called the Holmes Group. And the Holmes Group were you part of that, Dr. Shuffle?
No.
You're probably not that old. Anyway, it was a group of university professors, and University of Chicago was part of this group. And so universities were thinking kind of strategically of how to get teachers. And there was actually a federal program called Teacher Corps, just like the Peace Corps, where teachers were out there, and there was a need for mentor teachers to take care of this. I mean, and the idea was to pay people in their last year of teaching, maybe it was a fifth year, whereby they could get their masters, and also at the same time get paid for really getting great training with excellent mentors at schools. So, I mean, I think that if it would help teachers, I mean, I'm thinking of the whole process of teachers needing more work, and also inside training in the site, in the schools. And also, I think it would help the schools with, if you had a mentor teacher that was trained, who could maybe have a group of 4 or 5 teachers that were working with the university. This would also help, I think, the university and the district. And I don't think we should have people that are working as assistants to a teacher not get paid. So it would give them a chance to pay for, the large amount of money that training at the university costs. But I think also it would provide a better teacher with having to deal with issues at the school and really get informed about what's going on. Now, this may take monies from, but it's a good idea. I think it was a good idea, and it brought in a lot of people during the 70s, NASA people that didn't have jobs, well-trained, people in the engineering. The 70s, the early 70s were a hard time. You probably remember this, some of us on this board.
My memories of the 70s are a little vague. Ms. Rankin?
But there were
I'm sure
great
Ms.
needs, and there
Rankin's
were people trying to
recollection is
solve these
sharp.
problems.
I wasn't born then.
Okay, I'm the only oldster on this board.
Yes, Ms. Rankin.
Mr. Chair, I would like to go back to what Board Member Shuffle brought up. And she is putting under 4.242A. I want to move that up. In fact, I would leave it there, and I'd move it up to 4.24 paren 2 paren, where it says deepens and maintains own knowledge of rigorous content standards. A person can know content standards inside and out, or they can learn them and they can regurgitate them. But do they put it in practice where we have student outcomes? That's where and then if you continue on, we talk about social emotional, learner variability, culturally responsive, and ethics. I believe this is a discussion we had yesterday when we talked about everything but the academics outcomes of the students. I think this is a perfect place for a mentor to be talking about student outcomes. So that maximum student achievement, I would put that for knowledge of rigorous content. If they can regurgitate it, fine. If they can't, but they have outstanding student outcomes, that's, I think, what our goal is. And I think we should always keep that in the forefront. But I do like her amendment. We may have to figure out how to word it. But I'd put it in 4.242A, and I'd put it in right at the top there, so it overshadows all of those, that student outcomes are what we're looking at.
All right, why don't we proceed? If we could have a motion for approval of the rules, then we'll consider amendments. So is there a motion to approve the rules? You want to make that motion, Dr. Flores?
Do we have it?
You can read that.
Okay, I have to get my glasses here, and this. I move to approve the proposed rules for the administration of the educator license endorsements as published in board docs.
It's proper motion, is there a second? Going once.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Are there amendments now to the rules? Yes, Dr. Flores, do you have an amendment?
I do.
Okay.
I'd like to add the Minnesota multiphasic inventory added to this, that all teachers take the Minnesota multiphasic inventory, the MMPI, for personality disorders, to take people out and that would go also with the administrator's license.
Is that a particular product, this particular test or screening tool?
It's, it really takes out people that are not.
But is it,
It is a test.
It is a
Published
test.
it is a published test? We can't constitutionally include in rules any reference to a specific product that could be offered by a specific vendor. It's prohibited by the Colorado Constitution. So I'll rule that motion out of order.
It
Ms.
can be
Rankin?
And I would like Dr. Sheffel to listen carefully, because I want to include what she has. I would like to amend 4.24, paren 2, paren.
I think all teachers should take them. No, so multiple facing inventory.
I don't know what.
May
the-
I, make a
Go
comment?
ahead.
Yeah, maximum
It
student
seems like
achievement.
4.24 paren 2 is the superordinate category that lists all those things, and then they're delineated in each of the sub-bullets under it. So I thought that putting the language about student achievement would best fit in 4.242A, unless you want to change rigorous content standards or add to it and say,
That,
further
yes.
delineate that and say, rigorous content standards translating into student achievement or something, and then those other
Yes.
areas are still listed.
Yes, I'd like to see that, where it says, knowledge of rigorous content standards with maximum student achievement.
Linked to
Linked to. Okay,
practices that
that's good.
result in maximum student achievement.
Maximization of student
Yeah, you could say that.
I think linked to practices probably makes the most sense.
Yes.
Okay. And then
Given
under,
this is,
yeah.
this isn't the outcome, this is what we're training folks to do.
Right.
So they
Right,
need to
right.
be trained in the practices.
Right,
So
Associated with
I-
that.
I think that's a
Mhm.
okay.
better approach. And then your
And then
second one.
4.242A could say, that last sentence, ensure that every student has access to instruction that supports maximum student achievement.
That sounds, that.
Do you have that in sufficient form, Dr. Neal, to incorporate it, if this motion should be adopted? Okay, so that is, I'll take that as a motion then, made by Ms. Rankin for that amendment, is that correct? Is there a
Yes.
second to that motion?
I'll second.
It's been seconded by Dr. Sheffel. Is there objection to that amendment? Seeing none, that's adopted by a vote of 6-0 with Dr. Schroeder excused. Is there further discussion of the rules as amended? Motion before us then is the approval of the rules for the administration of the educator license endorsement as published in board docs and as amended by Ms. Rankin's amendment. All right, is there objection to that, to the adoption of the rules as amended? Seeing none, that motion is adopted by a vote of 6-0 with Dr. Schroeder excused. Okay, item 6.01, which, okay, the next item is the approval, next agenda item is the approval of House Bill 1412 regarding retaining teacher grant recipients. Commissioner, would you introduce this topic, please?
Sure, yes, this is just, we've gone through the process of these grant programs. We've shared them with you before, but this is just the approval of the recipients. I'll turn this back over to Dr. O'Neill and Ms. Simons.
Dr. O'Neill.
Thank you very much. This is an ongoing opportunity for us to give some funds to our districts to help retain teachers. And so this is our second go-around with this. 1412 was initiated in 2018. This spring, we identified a cohort that was given some funds to help retain. We reopened that this fall. The legislature gave us some more money in the spring based off of need to do a little bit more work on that. So it was reopened this fall. And we are here just to talk a little bit about what that process was, a little bit about what the need was, and then to ask you to go ahead and approve the grantees. And you have a lot of documents in front of you, and I'll turn it over to Ms. Simons to talk a little bit about how this process worked and what we have.
Ms. Simons?
Thank you. So what you have before you are two lists. So we're asking for a vote today on the continuation of the grants for cohort 1. So this would be year 2 of grants that you approved awards for back in the spring for their first
Is
year.
that the green?
Yes.
Okay.
And then the other list in blue is this would be these would be new grantees. This would be the year 1 for cohort 2. And so in cohort 1, we had 9 grantees, and we are recommending 12 grantees under cohort 2 for grants under the retaining teachers grant.
Okay. Any questions about, and so the total amount is what, Ms. Simons?
Should have had that on here. I
That's okay.
apologize.
No, we do have it here. The total, the approved year 1 3-year funding for the 9 grantees, the original one, is approximately $1.09 million. The second grantees is 1.435 million. So green sheet, 1.0, blue sheet, 1.4 million. I do also just want to kind of throw in there that in the first time we had more than 7 million requests. In that first cohort. In the second cohort, we had more than 4 million requests. And so you can see that this is a very prolific program that folks are applying for, and unfortunately we are unable to award everyone. But I do want to tell you that we've heard a lot of great feedback from the field about how important it is to their work.
Sure.
Okay, yes.
Is there a
Sure.
assessment approach as part of this grant to determine if it's effective? And has there?
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Shuffle, there is an evaluation process that goes to the end. As a matter of fact, we are just finishing the first year of evaluation. They haven't had a lot of time to implement quite yet, as the first cohort just kind of started this fall. But we have an annual evaluation that we go through every single year, and we'll be presenting that report to the legislative committees as well to identify where those funds are going and what tools they're using, and also learning from that to kind of highlight what is working the best so that we can help replicate some of those processes and coach and inform and have learning communities around that.
And so, to the extent that it's about retention of teachers, is it retention of them in the field for X number of years, or do you have a sense of what are the metrics? In other words, what are they looking at to determine if it's effective?
Absolutely. We're looking at both of those things. We're looking at retention at your grade level, in your school, and in the field. And so just to take a look at how you're implementing is affecting all those things. Our districts that are applying are very interested in retention in their districts. And so that's one of our measures at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Flores?
Yes, the Minnesota Multiphasic Inventory is not an end of it's a pretest to call out people that would not necessarily be good at working, with people. So it's not
So you don't want me to take that test? Is
I'm
that what
sorry?
you're saying? No. Please proceed.
So it really is a pretest before, and lots of people, give that test to people who are working with people. And so it is a mechanism to, that psychologists and other people, in fact, Sears, I remember Sears used to give that test to most people who would work at Sears, and, if they're not good people.
Okay, Ms. Rankin?
I move to approve the list of grant recipients.
Proper motion, is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded by Dr. Shuffle. Discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to the adoption of the
Maybe
motion to
that's where
approve the
there's
grant
no Sears
recipients for the retaining teachers program? Seeing none, that motion is adopted by a vote of 6-0 with Dr. Schroeder excused. We'll proceed to item 7.01, rulemaking hearing for the rules for the John W. Buckner Automatic Enrollment in Advanced Course Grant Programs. The hearing to promulgate these rules was made known through the publication of a public notice in September 2019 through the Colorado Register. Additionally, the State Board voted to approve the notice of rulemaking at the September 2019 board meeting. Commissioner, will the staff please provide an overview?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Misty Ruthven is here to talk us through the next several set of sub-rules.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Ms. Ruthven,
Good morning.
good morning.
So I'm with you today. The first set of rules is the rules for the administration of the John W. Buckner Automatic Enrollment for Advanced Course Grant Program. These rules were prompted by Senate Bill 1959 from the most recent legislative session. So as a reminder, a vote today would need to be unanimous in order to adopt these rules. Otherwise, they will come back to you in January. So before you, you have 3 documents: a memo outlining the bill that requires rules to be drafted and adopted, clean copy of these rules. There's not a red line since these are new rules, and a crosswalk of rules to statute. So again, these are new rules. Also just Side note, this program is commonly known as the Automatic Enrollment in Advanced Courses Grant Program. This rulemaking hearing, again, is a direct result of Senate Bill 1915-59 that created the program and makes an appropriation in the amount of $220,000 for the 2019-20 academic year. The goal of the Automatic Enrollment in Advanced Courses Grant Program is to increase the number of underrepresented students enrolled in advanced courses. Local education providers who choose to implement the program by automatically enrolling eligible students into advanced courses may apply. For example, students who score at a proficient level or higher on a state-administered assessment will be automatically enrolled in advanced coursework, such as AP. Students and parents may opt out of automatic enrollment. This is a competitive grant, so there's definitely a voluntary. This is a voluntary program for which schools and districts may choose to apply. Turning your attention to the rules, staff have worked closely with the Attorney General's office to ensure the process for application is streamlined. We have circulated the draft rules with stakeholders and did receive public comment from Case Casby and the Rural Alliance. In vetting the request for this change, Ms. Tollison asked staff not to make this change because it was outside of the bounds of law and would likely prompt a rules revision from the Office of Legislative Legal Services if we were to make that change. Ms. Tollison can address any specifics around the feedback that we did receive. The nature of this request is essentially a clarification. What Case Casby and Rural Alliance are asking us to do would be to clarify charter school notification, require them to notify their district if they did choose to apply. The guidance that Ms. Tollison gave us is that this is not required by statute and it will actually be a conflict of statute. Ms. Tollison, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think the statutory language is very explicit that language only applies to district charters.
Great, thank you.
Okay.
So with that, are there questions, or would you like me to go into further detail? So everything that you see before you as it was in the notice, and there are no changes, and they're specific to statute.
Are there questions? Ms. Rankin?
Is this, excuse me, is this an ongoing bill? I mean, or is there a?
I think there's a sunset. Yes, let me double check. I think there's a sunset clause. I want to say 2025, somewhere around there.
That sounds appropriate, 5-year sunset. I was just checking on
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Subject to annual appropriation, I presume.
Correct.
Okay, Dr. Flores?
So I know that there are probably lots of kids that would want to take advanced courses and such. And so would this, in a way, add more kids such as minority kids that sometimes many of these advanced courses are filled with white kids, and many times, too often, minority kids are not in that in those courses. I mean, you walk into courses, advanced courses, and so you don't see minority kids. So would this advance the cause of minority kids getting into these courses?
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I think that was the purpose of the legislation, Dr.
Okay.
Dr. Flores. Any further
I hope-
questions? Let's have a motion, then we'll leave it open for discussion. Yes.
I move to approve the proposed rules of the John W. Buckner Automatic Enrollment in Advanced Course Grant Programs.
Ms. McClellan has made a proper motion. Is there a second?
I second
Dr.
it.
Flores has seconded. Is there further discussion of this motion? Yes, Dr. Shuck.
Could you just point me again to where it says defines eligible score? A student achieving an eligible score for would be automatically enrolled. Where is it?
It's on page 3.
Yep. And it's a reference to 22-7-1006. So let's see.
What does that say?
Students who achieve an eligible score in a subject related to mathematics must automatically enrolled in advanced courses in mathematics, and then for English, the humanities, social studies, and English and such, that's 3.021.
I'm trying to get a
AI.
definition
Yeah.
of eligible score.
It's right,
Based on
it's
the
here.
students who assume.
Want me to read it?
Yes,
Not
Ms.
a
Goff?
strict- Well, the definition is, within the rules packet. Eligible score means score that is equivalent to or exceeds demonstrating proficiency on the state assessment that was administered pursuant to section 22.7.1006.3.
Right, so that's the dependency that I don't have that language pursuant to,
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
so these are the
Susan.
state assessment cut points that you all set.
well, the regular cut points.
Regular cut, yeah.
So they have to demonstrate their proficient relative to the state cut points.
So they have to be in the proficient category then?
Yes, that's
Is that
what's
right?
outlined in the law that it's referencing.
Got it, thank you.
Proficient or better. Okay. Further discussion? Yes, Ms.
Mr.
Marble?
Chair, no one was signed up for public comment. This is.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure that's in here someplace. Yeah. So no, was there anyone who would like to comment on this rule in the audience?
I just have
Yes,
a
Ms. Goff?
question. And forgive me if it's here and I can't see it. Is there I noticed the amount, it's $220,000 annually, meaning appropriated annually if funds are available, right?
Correct.
And is there someplace that outlines or specifies what that money will purchase? I mean, is that personnel cost? Is that,
Mr.
Yeah.
Chair.
it's whatever the
Ms. Harrison?
district,
So that is, thank you, Ms. Goff, for your question.
Yeah.
That is explicit in statute, and the eligibility requirements are under 3.05, which use of incentives, which are directly from statute in the rule. So it's things like technology, teacher training, curriculum, those types of things for the advanced courses to take place.
is there any automatic elimination of hiring staff? I mean,
So I think the intent.
'cause we've
Mr.
had other bills recently that say this money is not for hiring personnel, but
Yep, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So within there is an exclusion that says a grant may not use the grant money for purpose of hiring new teachers. So it's for training of existing teachers to teach these courses.
Yes.
thank you.
Further questions? All right, it's been properly moved and seconded that the proposed rules for the John W. Buckner Automatic Enrollment and Advanced Course Grant be approved. Is there objection to the adoption of that motion? Seeing none, that motion is adopted by a vote of 6-0 with Dr. Schroeder excused. We'll now proceed
May
to,
we have a little break?
we're on such a roll.
I know we are.
All right, let's go ahead and take 10 minutes.
Thank you.
That's the
Thank you very much.
wish of
And I don't even count. Oh, yeah, you too.
Yes, well, you're not part of the quorum. You
I know,
count,
I do.
but not in the making of a quorum. No quid pro quorum? Quid pro quo quorum?
The IRS is just taking advantage of it.
Yeah, and I thought we tried.
That's what they were here, that's what they're here to do, Val, is take advantage of
You
it.
wanna do it before then?
That's why they,
We can do it right now if you wanna take 6 minutes.
$100
I
and
don't-
something dollars more. Now
you-
it's $64 more.
Yeah, but there are 2 of them, right?
So it's
Do you wanna hear it?
constant.
I mean, is it
And then I'm
consensus?
thinking, it doesn't look like
Okay,
a real
all right,
letter.
we'll do it.
So I may be just paying.
All right, we're gonna proceed out of order for just a minute. Ms.
This is
Ruthven, we
after
apparently have a
paying
couple of
thousands of
gentlemen
dollars.
in the audience who would like to make 3-minute comments. We'll do that now. I know we don't have public comment on the agenda, but several of the board members have expressed interest in hearing what they have to say, so we'll do that for us. You have, the ordinary thing is you have 3 minutes. Ms. Marambo will give you a notice when your 3 minutes is
Okay, I'll
up.
try
If
to-
you'd introduce, state your name and whom you represent, if anyone.
My name is Douglas Salg. I'm from Glenwood Springs. That's your district, Ms. Rankin. Really quickly, about a year ago, my 16-year-old daughter, she's a very bright, smart, artistic individual. She has a lot of self-image issues and was at risk of developing an eating disorder. She had a health class at Roaring Fork High School where the health teacher asked the children to keep track of their calorie intake on a phone application. For at-risk children that are at risk of developing eating disorders, this is extremely frustrating and something that pulled her much deeper into disease. She lost 42 pounds over a year. When we brought her down to the Children's Hospital at the Anschutz Medical Campus here on the other side of town, they immediately put her in the hospital for malnutrition. I've been here in town for 8 weeks every day at the EDU unit with my family trying to deal with this disease, and this is something that she'll have to deal with for years potentially, if not for the rest of her life. So what I would like to see happen is, I understand that you guys can't mandate or fix this thing overnight. What I'd like to see is a message sent out to the 3,200 administrators of our schools, asking them to talk with their health teachers, recognize that this is, they don't have to tell them, hey, stop doing this, but they can at least go to them and say, this is a dangerous issue that we need to look at. We need to double think using these types of applications. So that's what I'm hoping to achieve. And I understand that you guys take a leadership position here in the state over the schools. I know that we're a local control state. You can't just mandate this stuff overnight. But this is happening to people today all over the state. And there are a lot of young women and young boys at risk. So I'd like to see a warning go out to our teachers and our administrators.
Okay, there are a lot of people who listen to this and view this broadcast, and I'm sure would be interested. And also, you might consider giving Senator Rankin a call.
Well, I mean, I will be in contact with my county schools, the schools in my county. I'll be talking to those people personally. But it's not within my ability to contact 3,200 different administrators within the state. And you guys are uniquely positioned to be able to do that. So I would hope to hear from somebody here that somebody will send out a letter or do something.
Okay, thank you. I don't think we're in a position to say anything or to comment on the request at this point in time, but be happy to talk to you all later.
Thank you very
Your
much.
convenience.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Hello, thanks for giving me some time. My name is Dr. Oliver Payne. I'm coming here as both a parent in a similar situation, but also as somebody. I'm a professor at CU. I'm a biological anthropologist, and I focus a lot on nutritional stuff. I have a nutritional lab there. So I kind of come from two sides of this argument. I could give you a similar anecdote with my daughter. I want to stress that these health classes are not the cause of these problems, but they're certainly not helping them. And we didn't use this app that Doug was referring to, but without going into detail, it became quickly apparent that the health teacher that was instructing my daughter was essentially giving false information to my daughter and to the whole class. When I looked into it, I understood, and this is part of the reason why we're here, is that we understand that as a board, you give a lot of autonomy to the different school districts. So there are some things that you have that you can use as regulatory mechanisms, like the testing that you use to determine, how is the proficiency in math and science and things like that. But things like health and nutrition are sort of in this no man's land. And to reiterate what Doug said, we're not expecting some sort of mandate to come down, but certainly this needs to be called to attention. This would have just been an anecdote. I would have thought, my daughter just responded to this in a strange way, but I too ended up in the EDU at Children's Hospital and found the same story over and over again. And what was most shocking, and as the Board of Education, you might be interested to hear this, part of the treatment program for these children, these Colorado children, is that when they return to school, they avoid any and all health classes taught by our schools. These are medical doctors. And that's one of the pillars of the recovery program. Because, and if they were here today, they would say the same thing, they can't guarantee that these students are getting reliable information.
Mhm.
So I don't know. I don't know how you fix this. This isn't like a test where you can just say, are you proficient in math, right? It's a much more difficult thing, and I'm certainly willing, as someone with a deep background in this, to help out. But it's certainly something that I think should be called to everyone's attention. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. All right, we'll, Dr. Hanson, we'll talk about this perhaps later in the afternoon if we can squeeze it in, or we'll certainly talk about it as the next couple of weeks. So, thank you very much. Let's proceed
least the
then
dance
to item 7.02, rulemaking hearings for the School Health Professional Grant Program. It's time now. I understand why it's timely, yes. Okay, 7.02, or we did 7.01, right?
Yes.
7.02. All right, here we go. All right, next item in the agenda is the rulemaking hearing for the administration of the School Health Professional Grant Program. A hearing to promulgate these rules was made known through the publication of a public notice in September 2019 through the Colorado Register. Additionally, the state voted to approve the notice of rulemaking at our September board meeting. Commissioner, is the staff prepared to provide an overview?
Yes, we'll turn this back over to Ms. Ruthven.
Thank you,
Ms.
Commissioner.
Ruthven?
Thank you, Commissioner, Mr. Chair. My name is Misty Ruthven, Executive Director of Student Pathways. Before you today is a rulemaking hearing for rules for the administration of the School Health Professional Grant. As a reminder, a vote today would need to be unanimous for staff to implement these rules. Otherwise, these will come back to you in January for another vote. You have 4 items in front of you in your packet, the memo outlining the bill that requires these rules to be drafted and adopted, a clean copy of the suggested rules, a red line version since these are existing rules, and a crosswalk of rules to statute. So since these are edits to existing rules, these are required to support the program created in Senate Bill 19-10, which was adopted by the legislature this last legislative session. So this bill expanded the program and allowable uses of funds, updated the definition of the school health professional in 22-96-102 CRS, and makes an appropriation for the school health professional grant in the amount of an additional $3 million for the 1920 academic year. This addition brings the total appropriation to approximately $15 million annually. The goal of this grant is to increase the presence of school health professionals in schools to provide students supports for substance abuse prevention and other behavioral health needs. In addition, school health professionals provide training and resources for school staff to support implementation of programs. Turn your attention to these rules. Staff have worked closely with the Attorney General's office to ensure that the process is streamlined. We've also reached out to stakeholders and districts and schools for their input. No public comments have been submitted.
I think, Ms. Ruthven, I didn't realize this was the next item on the agenda, so I think the comments we heard would have been appropriate in the testimony on the rules. So could we, as a practical matter, incorporate those as official comments on the rule?
Thank you for that,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
They were a little out of order, but
Yep.
I think we can make that accommodation, so we'll have that on the record. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, and thank you for that clarification. So as outlined in the rules before you, this grant goes to our regular competitive grant competition, which includes application, external reviewers, and approval by all of you of the awarding of funds. These rules address the required statutory changes, specifically an update to the definition of the school health professional to expand to include either DORA or CDE licensure, and expansion of the eligible uses of grant funds. Board Member Rankin did ask a question about total current number of health professionals that are included in counselors, psychologists, social workers, and others providing these support services under this grant. Currently funded through the School Health Professional Grant are 174 school health professionals. Approximately a third of the grantees are urban suburban districts, 1/3 are charter, and 1/3 are rural, small rural. As a reminder of the vote requested today for your approval of rules, the rules will come back to you in January if the vote is not unanimous. With that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to take any questions or go through the rules in more detail. Let me know how you'd like to proceed.
Questions from members of the board? Ms. Rankin?
Ms. Ruthven, are there other health professionals currently in the schools that deal with the same drug addiction or social emotional behavior problems? Besides the 174 that you just told me, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, you don't need to go through the
Sure.
chair to answer questions.
Perfect, thank you. Thank you for your great question, Board Member Rankin. So I think that would be a local conversation, right, for districts, but generally across our state, we have social workers and counselors, school psychologists and nurses that are already employed by schools and districts. And I think they would generally say within their scope of practice that substance abuse prevention is one of their duties.
So those are different from school health professionals, or the nurse wouldn't be, the school nurse wouldn't be?
So there is some overlap.
Yes, that's my question.
Yep.
So do we have a total number of everyone that is involved in the same type of thing that this grant is supporting?
We can get you that.
Okay. And is the grant every year? I mean, is it ongoing, or is there a sunset on this, or is there a time where we evaluate how this one's doing?
So there is an annual evaluation that we submit to the legislature. There is not a sunset on this grant specifically, and it's been an evolving grant because there's been appropriations added every few years.
Yes, and I know there's a lot of requests for this. I just wonder with the overlap and how high the numbers are getting it. Thank you for getting back to me on that, and there's no rush.
Thank you.
Dr. Flores?
So, we do have a lot of kids that are also homeless and very poor, and who maybe may not have health care and such. So would this help? Would this be like, I'm trying to think, so it's part nurse, maybe part social worker, part psychologist, part counselor?
Thank you for your question, Dr. Flores. So I think what you might be asking is, what are the duties of
Yes.
someone that would be employed under the grant that the districts and schools would be employing? So the specific purpose of this grant is substance abuse prevention, is the primary purpose that the legislature has established. So part of that is having trainings for teachers and others across the school around those prevention type programs, if that's helpful. There is a homeless, and I won't go into this deeply, but McKinney-Vento, I think, is the
Right.
program that you're referring to for homeless youth supports.
Okay.
Further
So, but it would be also like the suicide problem that we have in this state. I mean, would that help in that? I mean, people don't go to drugs just to go to drugs. I mean, usually kids, you know, use drugs because there's another symptom out there that sends them to drugs. So,
Yeah, Board Member Flores, totally hear your concerns, and we have those same concerns. I think we have a number of programs that kind of provide services to students that may be struggling with any number of things, because we know that they're all connected. And we have other state agencies that run grant programs that do that as well. So this is just one small section of a bigger portfolio of supports that other state agencies and us do to support that. But we definitely recognize it's an important issue. There's a suicide prevention task force right now. You know, we sit as a ex officio member of that, so we're definitely keeping a tab on that work.
okay. So this is just to help in all the,
Yeah, I think this one is more specifically focused on substance abuse prevention. Doesn't mean that there isn't some
Okay.
overlap, but this is a
Yeah.
little bit specific.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Further questions? I'm going to make a few comments. I think it's no secret that I've been very concerned about the state intrusion into social emotional health as to whether or not it's a desirable government activity. And I think, and I've largely sat silent because it seems to be the trend of the day that somehow government can solve everybody's emotional and mental health problems. I think today's commentary was a little shocking, and it certainly motivates me to stop being silent about government intrusion into what, in my judgment, should often be parental issues of behavior rather than school issues of behavior, and citing specific cases where the school's efforts have actually had a very negative consequence, at least would appear to have had a very negative consequence to some specific students. So I'm going to vote against this today, and I'm going to ask Ms. Ruthven to work with the people that were here. I think we probably should have some sort of language in this, and Counselor, you could perhaps advise how much latitude we have under the statute, but certainly I would think we could, in the definition section or somewhere, require that the professionals consider the potential adverse consequences of particular actions and consider exempting students from particular behavior modification ideas if it could have an adverse consequence. I'd like to see if we don't at least have the authority to add that in. And I think the request to send out 3,400 letters is probably not a realistic one. I'm not sure it's within our purview. This might be a way to accomplish much of the same thing. And it gives me a chance, at least on a personal level, to say the continued, whether if everybody really wants to trust their children's emotional health to the government, good luck, because I think you're proceeding down a very dangerous path, and I may ultimately vote against this grant in its entirety, but I'll certainly vote against it today. Further questions? Would you please, could I have a motion on the approval of this grant, please?
I move to
Yes.
approve the proposed rules for the administration of the school health professional grant program as published in board docs.
Is there a second to that motion?
I second.
It's been seconded. Would you please call the roll, Ms. Rummer?
Board Member Durham.
No.
Board Member Flores.
Yes.
Board Member Goff.
Yes.
Board Member McClellan.
Yes.
Board Member Rankin.
No.
Board Member Shuffle.
No.
So it's a 3-3 vote. so
The motion fails on a
fails.
3-3 vote, and with one no vote, it's laid over automatically until next meeting anyway. So. All right, item 7.03. Sorry.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm just going to add a little something that goes back to when those gentlemen were here, and it is that I don't know if they know the power that their local board has, and as long as we're on the mic, I would like to say that locally, because of local control, a lot of these items are best brought up at the local level and the local school board. Not that we don't welcome them to come here also, but that's a really good place to start, and I know that high school very well, and I think the board there would be helpful on that.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, just by way of commentary, it was certainly my mistake that this was not included officially as part of the comments. I hope the incorporation by reference will be helpful going down the road. But I think they were, obviously, it's something we did not have to make an exception for. They were entitled to make those comments on the record. And I think it gives us, at a minimum, some food for thought going down the road. Ms. Goff? Or Dr. Flores?
Yes, I just wanted to say that, sometimes eating disorders can be misconstrued for, there's a lot of other reasons why people will not eat, and that's depression. There's all kinds of reasons, and sometimes, I know there was a program in Austin, Texas specifically, that was all over the papers, that it was a hospital that needed patients in that area. And so in Texas, what happens is that if your psychologist thinks that you are having problems, and they say, well, it's an eating disorder, and maybe there's kind of depression in there, and if the parents don't want to put the person in the hospital, the psychologist who works with a hospital may just say, let's just pick her up. And they'll pick them up in some states. I don't know if that happens here, but I mean, there's a lot of reasons for why people would lose kind of weight. Not saying anything about them or anything. And sometimes, Mr. Steve, may I?
Yes,
I'm
Ms.,
sorry.
please.
So sometimes what happens is that the school is the only place where, if the parent is abject and is not part of the student life, then where else is that poor student going to get information? So it's not an either or. It's sometimes just a community. And yes, there may be problems out in the with health people out there. I don't know what, but we can't just say that the whole system, and we should not provide monies for substance abuse and people that can help kids in that area. We shouldn't just say no because of 2 cases that walked in. So we need to think about that too.
Dr. Flores, I'm not suggesting we just say no. I'm just suggesting that there ought to be perhaps some warning labels on these programs that they may not be appropriate for all recipients.
Right, just
And
like the one in Austin,
And
Texas.
the fundamental problem here is we obviously had some health professionals who didn't consider
I agree.
fully the consequences of their action, and so perhaps a little warning label would be helpful. Before I introduce 7.03, this is another pilot grant program, correct?
Correct.
I think today's activities make it apparent that as we go through our legislative priorities, that experimentation and education through grants, and grants that are not intended ultimately to lead to incorporation in a broad fashion, we really need to take a hard look at that legislation. It may be feel good, but I think the results are limited and temporary if it's grant only without an intention to move that, to ultimately fully fund that. So, next item on the agenda is the rulemaking hearing for the Administration of High School Initiative Learning Pilot Program. The hearing to promulgate these rules was made known through the publication of a public notice in September 2019 through the Colorado Register. Additionally, the State Board of Education voted to approve the notice of rulemaking at our September 2019 board meeting. Commissioner, would the staff please provide an overview?
Yes, we're just going to turn it back over to Ms. Ruthven.
Thank you, Commissioner Anthus. So before you today is a rulemaking hearing for the rules for the administration of the Innovative Learning Learning Pilot Program, excuse me. A vote today would need to be unanimous for staff to implement these rules. Otherwise, these rules will come back to you in January for another vote. You have 5 items in front of you: the memo outlining the bill, a clean copy of the suggested rules, a crosswalk of rules to statute, a red line version, because we did receive, even though these are new rules, we did receive a technical change from EDAC, comment, and a comment document with CDE staff response to that technical change. So we can walk through that. These are new rules required to support the program created in Senate Bill 19-216. This program for the High School Innovative Learning Pilot Program is for the 1920 academic year. It is a $100,000 appropriation that was made for contract supports, and I know Dr. Flores had some questions, so I will walk through those from the notice of rulemaking. So these contract supports for schools and districts and charters are intended to support creation of a school and or district plan to provide flexibility for students for work-based learning. The initial year of the pilot has a focus on small districts with fewer than 5,000 students in high school grades. These districts receive flexibility to create plans for students who are in work-based learning and count as part-time high school students who are participating in work-based learning during the school day as full-time students for funding purposes. In order to be considered for the program, school districts submit plans to CDE for consideration. These plans outline how schools will support students in grades 9 through 12 to create and implement innovative learning plans for work-based learning pathways in schools. These plans are intended to enrich a high school student's learning through opportunities outside of the classroom. Examples of these include students in internships, apprenticeships, job shadowing with businesses during the workday, supporting project-based learning with community and work experiences also during the workday, or during the school day, excuse me. Staff has received one public comment in relation to this notice of rulemaking from EDAC, which is technical in nature. EDAC requested clarification regarding student enrollment expectations, which we have added to the introduction of these rules. We've been working also closely with the Attorney General's office to ensure the process is streamlined, and we reached out to school and district staff as well as stakeholders for their input. As outlined in the rules before you, it goes through our normal application process. Within this first year, the state board is directed to select up to 5 applicants with fewer than 5,000 students in high school. And then beginning in 2020-2021 academic year, the state board may select additional applicants based on funding from the General Assembly. So that would need to be a discussion during this next legislative session for any additional funding. Also, at the notice of rulemaking discussion, Board Member Flores asked about the role of the contractor and the role of CDE staff. The role of the contractor per statute in 2235.6-1055A says that we as CDE must contract a nonprofit in Colorado who will essentially provide assistance to districts, charters, or BOCES who are selected to participate in this program. So they're essentially would become the technical assistance arm, if that makes sense. So they would not be doing the legislative reporting or evaluation for this directly on behalf of CDE. That would be a CDE staff responsibility. As a reminder, CDE's normal process for evaluation reporting is based on the statutory requirements. And for this program, CDE, as staff, we are required to report to the General Assembly beginning in July of 2022. So this is out a few years. Essentially, how program is written is that the existing 5 districts that you all are brought forward and select will then participate in multiple years unless additional funding is added to this program. With that, Mr. Chair, do you have any questions or comments?
First of all, is there anyone, we'll try and get this right this time, is there anyone in the audience, President, who would like to testify on these rules? Is there anyone signed up, Ms. Romo? Okay. We did, or
Is she out there getting it?
Did you?
do we have a name? Okay, no one has signed up. Members of the board, any questions of Ms. Ruth? Yes, Dr. Schroeder.
Do you know
Don't let me
if-
start that again.
Would these experiences be credit hour based? In other words, students are in high school, they need so many credits in so many areas to graduate. So these are additional, in other words, would they link these opportunities for innovative learning be linked to a credit, like a course or something? I mean, how are they gonna fit into the curriculum?
Thank you for a great question, Dr. Shuffle. So that would be an example of a districted school plan about how they're going to do that as far as offering students credits based on the standards, right, for their work-based learning apprenticeship experience.
Okay, so it fits into that category. Thank you. And then one more question. The principles for learning and transition specified by the ELC or the research-based design principles, is that all in one document, 5.012B? Just wondering, on what basis people would choose these experiences, and they're linking it to that document. Where is that document?
So I believe
website.
that's the Education Learning
Yes.
Council and their report that was submitted last year. We can get your report of that, or a copy of
I just wondered what they align it with. I don't.
it. Sure, so there are things like internships, apprenticeships, concurrent enrollment experiences, industry credentials from my memory. So really ways that education can partner with business for students to get credentials while they're in high school.
Got it, okay. All right, thank you. Is that on the website?
I think it is on our website, but we link to it from we'll make sure we send you a link.
Thank you.
Yes.
Oh, I was just
Ms.
gonna put a
Quinlan?
motion on the floor.
Perfect.
I move to approve the proposed rules for the administration of the high school innovative learning pilot program.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded to approve the proposed rules for the administration of the high school innovative learning pilot program. Any further discussion or questions from members of the board? Seeing none, is there objection to the adoption of that motion? Seeing none, that passes by a vote of 6 yes, 0 no, and Dr. Schroeder excused. Okay, now we are waiting for Dr. Schroeder to be able to call in for the executive session. Should we, let's see, is that where we are? Yeah, that's where we are.
What's left?
So I think, why don't we do this? Why don't we go into executive session. We'll have you read us into executive session. We'll have a motion to go into executive session. And then we will have, we will plan on reconvening at, shall we say, not later than, let's plan, we'll reconvene at 11:45. And if Dr. Schroeder has not been able to call in, we will go back into executive session at that time.
So moved.
All right, so we have a motion, or you want to make the reading for us, Ms. Arundel, please?
An executive session has been noticed for today's state board meeting in conformance with 24-6-4023A CRS to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to 24-6-4023A2 CRS and matters matters required to be kept confidential by federal law or rules or state statute pursuant to 24640238 CRS.
Okay, is there a motion for an executive session? So, all right, second?
Second.
Is there objection to that motion? Motion's adopted by a vote of 6-0 with one excused. So we'll now go into executive session, and we'll be back with the public as soon as we'll it'll be it's a little bit dicey, but we'll come back to vote on item 9.01 at the conclusion of the executive session. Thank you.
9.0. approve the order for Aurora Central High School as drafted, directing Aurora Central to implement its current innovation plan. If the school earns a priority improvement or turnaround rating in 2021, the school and the district will be required to return. It's the same one, isn't it?
It's giving one more year.
Okay. Required to return to the School Board of Education in the 2021-2022 school year. The state review panel will review the school and the board may redirect action. In the meantime, the department will continue progress monitoring. The district and the school will be required to return and present on progress to the board in 2021.
Proper motion, is there a second to that motion? Seeing none, that motion dies due to lack of a second. We're back now to the original motion of Ms. McClellan's discussion. Dr. Schroeder, would you like to start the discussion?
Sure, I'm going to vote in favor of that motion. I think we have an obligation, considering that progress has been noted, but insufficient for kids, to look at this next year again. We'll be monitoring it carefully.
Okay, yes, Ms. McClellan?
I just want to again reiterate my thanks to all of the stakeholders from Aurora Central High School and the Aurora Public Schools who joined us yesterday and provided their perspective. I know we have seen some positive signs coming from the district that great effort is being made. We definitely want to see the achievement levels going up, and in particular, I appreciate that we'll be revisiting and having that opportunity to revisit with them with the input of the state review panel. So thank you.
Any further comments from members of the board? Dr. Sheffel?
I just think the timing really reflects a sense of urgency on behalf of the students at Aurora Central High School, and really hoping that the district can find great partnership with an entity or individuals that can really put a fine point on student achievement.
I would agree. I think the board is concerned about the lack of academic progress, and that the 1 year extension is reasonable given the past actions of the board and the amount of time that have elapsed without significant academic progress. And so I believe the order, if adopted, preserves all of the options of the board to take more vigorous action. It is clear we're not mandating an external management, but we're certainly encouraging the use of outside experts and consultants in a way that is designed to lead to significant academic improvement. So, is there further discussion? If not, Ms. Rumber, would you call the roll, please?
Board Member Durham?
Yes.
Board Member Flores?
No.
Board Member Goff?
Yes.
Board Member McClellan?
Yes.
Board Member Rankin?
Yes.
Board Member Shuffle?
Yes.
Board Member Schroeder?
Yes.
That passes 6-1.
Okay, that motion is adopted by a vote of 6-1. Now, the next item on the agenda, and I presume you'll be leaving us, Dr. Schroeder?
I am leaving you folks.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye. The next item is that we have. where is it?
11:01.
11, no?
Yes, 11.01. Oh,
Oh,
but
the
we're
committee.
early now,
We're
I
early.
see.
So-
We could take a break if you want.
So,
Or we can see if staff can come down early. They're here? Oh,
why don't we take a 10-minute, is there, anybody want any more lunchtime?
Dessert.
the lawyers do.
Why don't we take about, you do?
Yeah, they need to eat.
Why don't we take about, let's reconvene at, say, 20 till, or let's, at quarter till, and we'll try and take perhaps item 11.01 at that time.
Poor thing.
How many vendors do we have or have we had in the past?
Board Member Rankin, the way for the request for proposal process, the last year, the vendor that was selected was the Colorado School of Mines. And then upon the conversation with the board in June, we had the meeting and we were directed to go back and solicit another request for proposal, and so that's part of the reason why that RFP is out. Now, when it comes to the district determined training, those providers are numerous. I could rattle them off, but that information will be available to you once the legislative report is out, and it can give you a more comprehensive and detailed idea of what's happening there.
I was just making sure that we probably will have more than one.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, that's what
Absolutely.
I want to hear. Thank you.
Okay. Further questions? Ms. McClellan, you have a motion?
I move to approve the computer science professional development grant distribution list.
Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
It has been seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, is there objection to the passage of that motion? There is no objection. That motion is adopted by a vote of 6-0 with Dr. Schroeder excused. We'll now proceed to item 12. It's a presentation from the Colorado Special Education Advisory Commission. Commissioner Anthus, would you please introduce this particular program?
Yes, thank you. This is a yearly item that we do, and Board Member McClellan sits on this committee. And so I'm going to ask our staff folks, Dr. Colesman and Dr. Foster, to come forward and introduce our guests who also sit on that committee. And so I presume I'm turning it over to Mr. Foster first. Thank you.
Oops. There we go. All right. Well, good afternoon, Commissioner Anthus, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to be here before you today. We're here to present the annual report from the Colorado Special Education Advisory Committee. You'll find a copy of this report along with a copy of today's PowerPoint in your board packet. And with me today are Mr. Ray Merenstein and Ms. Carissa Clinton, who serve as co-chairs for the Colorado Special Education Advisory Committee. As Commissioner Anthus noticed, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Board Member McClellan for serving as the State Board's liaison to the committee. Board Member McClellan always makes time to provide updates to the committee and to respond to questions or concerns that they have during the course of her presentation. So thank you, Board Member, for your support of the work of SEAC. So as way as a quick background, sorry, I need to move ahead. As way as background, the Colorado Special Education Advisory Committee is Colorado's response to the requirement under the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act that each state have an advisory committee to advise the state education agency, and our own Colorado ECEA rules also echo that requirement. Members of the committee are appointed by the State Board of Education. Members of that committee are individuals who have demonstrated an interest in the educational outcomes and the quality of education for students with disabilities. The committee is made up primarily of parents, but in addition to parents of children with disabilities, there are also individuals with disabilities, educational service providers, administrators, and representatives from other agencies that provide services to children and adults with disabilities. So the role of the committee is to advise the state on any unmet educational needs of students with disabilities in developing evaluations or reports that we are required as a state to submit to the U.S. Department of Education. Fortunately, we don't have any monitoring activity or corrective actions going on, but in the event that that were to occur, they would advise us on developing those activities and developing policies related to the coordination of services and also to comment on any rules, to publicly comment on any rules being proposed regarding the education of children with disabilities. So with that brief introduction, I'll turn the remainder of the presentation over to the co-chairs and let them update you on the work of the committee from the previous school year as well as their plans for this school year. Ray?
Thank you. And I wanted to thank all of you for being here today and for your unending dedication. As a father of a child number 3 has a rare genetic disorder known as Pfeiffer syndrome. And we're actually on the eve of her getting a very special opportunity to see Ali Stroker tomorrow at the Easter Seals Colorado annual event. And the reason I tell you that is Ali, when she was receiving the Tony Award, for those who don't know her story, she is wheelchair bound, was the actress that played Ado Annie in Oklahoma on Broadway. And when she received the award, she grabbed the Tony and she said, "This is for every kid with a disability to know you can achieve anything that you want to." And so I share that in context because as a parent sitting here, I firmly believe not only my daughter, but all of those that we represent as volunteers on the committee can achieve anything they want with the help and the leadership of all of you. So I share that. And that kind of leads me into really what our focus is our mandate and our mission is as an advisory council. We partner with ESSU and Dr. Foster and his amazing team. I cannot understate that no meeting of our quarterly meetings ever happens without a lot of input from his staff and a lot of requests for us to give them input back. So it's a beautiful two-way dialogue that goes on. We really set out to develop the improved process for identifying unmet needs and reach out to the constituents across the state. It really is a statewide listening tour, and we are one of those forums that is safe space for people to be able to say something's not right or something is working really, really well. And we would encourage all of you to remind your constituents that we start off every one of those meetings with a public comment period and that they could join us. And so it's really a streamlined process that gathers that input and then puts some output back out there at the end of the year that you see in the annual report that you have. The other thing that I wanted to share before I turn it over to Carissa is some of the highlights that we've done. So our process really is to identify topics, and it is not 2 co-chairs sitting at the front of the table that are chairing them, but actually members of the committee actually come together and we go through a decision-making process once a year about what topics should we tackle, and then there are volunteers, co-chairs to each of those committees. So it really is an all hands-on-deck involved process, gathering information from those constituent groups, creating relevant documents, so it could be everything from a position statement to just a response to something that already exists. And then we communicate advice on those unmet needs, so you and Dr. Foster and others who actually can either put in policy or put in some actual implementation can respond to those.
Perfect. So some of the highlights from our 2018-2019 year, as Ray has mentioned, we do participate in constituent input groups. So our membership covers the state of Colorado, and so our members will reach out to their constituents in their local area to hear from parents, from educators, from professionals about topics that are of interest in their local school district or AU. Some of the topics that we highlighted last year include our twice exceptional students, so students who are gifted and who also have a disability, our general education and universal design committee, and then our mental health, trauma, and school safety. And some of the pieces that they explored were looking through the CDE's vast resources and figuring out how we can share that at the local level with all members of that student's IEP team. So the educators, parents, and then support professionals as well. Some of our other highlights include our SEAC members served on various committees, including Colorado's CEDAR leadership team, the CDE advisory group on alternative dispute resolution, preschool special education advisory committee, specific disability organizations, and the local SEAC as well. We also received regular updates from our executive director of the ESSU on relevant issues to the group.
Just as Carissa alluded to, every year we have different constituent input groups, but there's also a basis of consistency, which is these subcommittees, and there's 4 subcommittees: communications, membership, public policy, and legislation, and student outcomes. And the rationale for that is we found that the strength based kind of approach that we have is if you're a parent and you understand student outcomes really well, you can really inform the process. If you're like me and a policy wonk, I shouldn't tell you guys that though, then public policy and legislation becomes something you want to work on. So it really helps the committee value the expertise of the people that are sitting on the committee and move that forward. With that, the communications subcommittee is one of those where that purpose is really the outreach to the local SEACs. And I will tell you, this past year, I think, is probably one of the banner years that they have done. The number of small SEACs or fledgling SEACs or brand new SEACs that have come online as a result of some of our members' tireless efforts to travel across the state and actually sit with them. So it is an active group, and even before our Western Slope meeting that we had, we sat and helped them formulate some of their priorities for the coming year as well. So in response to what you had shared last year about making sure that we represent the rural areas and getting out there, we heeded those words very wisely and got out there and actually are seeing the fruits of that happen.
Absolutely. We also have our membership subcommittee, and their purpose is to solicit, interview, and recommend individuals for membership. One of their most important goals is to prepare the notice of vacancy, interview potential members, and then fill those vacancies within our SEAC. And one of the areas that, again, we heard your recommendations and your advice and really created a targeted outreach for our rural and our underrepresented areas on our committee to be able to bring in new membership, new voices from those areas to our committee. We also reviewed our interview questions for prospective members, and then our membership committee interviewed those members and selected those to recommend to the State Board of Education for approval.
The third subcommittee is the public policy and legislation, and that really we count both on our liaison. So again, I'd like to reiterate our thanks to Board Member McClellan as well as to Jennifer Mello, who has provided at least once a year an update of legislation to know what's coming up. And that's very helpful to us because it's just too difficult for a committee like this, especially made up of 51% or more parents who are dealing with the day-to-day of their child or children. It's really hard to stay up on top of all the policies that are out there. It's been immensely important, and really to be able to see that this committee has kind of grown to a point of if someone were to ask us, we know either where to refer them to find more information, and that's really been kind of a resource guide that's been out there of some of the public policy that's going on as legislative priorities and updates.
And then our last subcommittee is our Student Outcomes Subcommittee. Their purpose is to advise the CDE on the development and implementation of Colorado Special Education State Performance Plan and on improving the academic achievement for students with disabilities. One of their goals is to address disproportionality in graduation rates for students with disabilities, and one of their accomplishments over the past year was becoming familiar with the Colorado Graduation Rate Dashboard and how that can be used. They're also monitoring graduation rate requirements and how those impact our students with disabilities to graduate time.
So you can see we actually liked working together.
It's very seamless.
The input that we have actually provided to the Department of Education, some of the legislation and rulemaking, and a lot of this comes from Dr. Foster's staff, who is sharing with us, asking us for our response and our input, and then they're delivering it back to him as well as to you. ESSU's new parent survey, the relationships among SEACs communities and other stakeholders, so what other groups are out there. The People First philosophy, we continue to push that and make sure people are aware and understand what that language is across the state. Increasing the number of local SEACs that I alluded to earlier, and ultimately building a grassroots family and school partnering in special education.
And then I'll leave you with some of our plans for 2019 and 2020. So we're going to continue to work with CDE on the unmet needs of students with IEPs, develop constituent input documents on specific special education topics of interest to our constituents, share input documents and information with the State Board of Education, CDE, local special education advisory committees, families, and other constituent groups, and provide resources and support to engage families at the local SEAC level and school districts across their state. We are also continuing to encourage continued support of the results-driven accountability process, focus on meaningful transition planning by increasing student graduation rates and improving post-secondary outcomes. We continue to review and update SEAC publications, and then utilize a representative and collaborative process to advise the State Board of Education and CDE on unmet needs, unmet educational needs of children and youth with disabilities. And lastly, what we'd like to do is just, again, share our appreciation with all of you and the ESSU as well for your input and the continued support of SEAC and our role in helping to improve the education for students with disabilities across our state. So thank you guys so much for having us today.
So with that, I'd like to thank Ray and Carissa. Both of them work very hard to support the process. And they not only make time to be at the meetings, but they also work with ESSU staff to plan the meetings. So I want to publicly say thank you to them. And with that, we are happy to entertain any questions the board might have.
Ms. McClellan?
I just want to reiterate what a pleasure it is to work with your committee and to thank Carissa and Ray for your leadership and Dr. Foster also for all that you do for the committee. It's always a pleasure to interface with your committee, and I hope that it's a beneficial partnership for you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Shovel.
Yeah, thank you. Also echoing that, thanks just for the work you do to serve students in Colorado with disabilities. I wanted to ask about, since the Andrew F. case, looking at impact of IEPs. Have you seen much change there in terms of services available, outcomes measurable, or just sense of urgency with helping make a difference for students with disabilities?
So I think Andrew definitely is on the minds of most special education directors. And so what we've done within the unit is really tried to gear up and make sure that as we're doing professional development, people understand how the standard has changed in that the educational program, the goals and the objectives within an individual student's education plan have to be meaningful. They have to be challenging, and there really needs to be a strong alignment between that student's needs and the program, and then monitoring that student's progress, so that not only can you evidence the work that's been done and the progress that the child has made, but also how does that influence the child's educational program going forward based on the progress that that student has made. So I think that yes, you would begin to notice changes in IEPs, certainly in the kind of training that we do to emphasize that. And I think not only are school districts much more aware of this, I think parents are more aware. Even though I'm sure it was a trying situation for those involved in it, we are certainly working to make it benefit students with disabilities.
Do you have a sense of the impact on cost or types of programs offered, or intensity of interventions, or, I mean, what's changing besides a certain level of awareness? Are there actual changes that are making a difference for students?
The change that I could probably speak to from the department's level is I think we are seeing much more interest on the part of school districts in evidence and research-based programs. I don't really have any data in terms of, is it costing more? I can tell you districts really aren't, getting more money, but I really don't hear that coming from directors. What I do hear coming from directors is a stronger interest in evidence and research-based programs that they're using with students. And many of those programs, also have a strong component of progress monitoring built into it. So I think they are very interested in any kind of programming that really creates or completes that loop of intervention, monitoring, and then how do we redesign or improve on that child's program.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Flores.
Thank you. My question was really related to Dr. Scheffel, and that's only because I think I hear of any other parents from students with special education from my districts. I think that's what I hear most. I know we have a lot of ESL, and people, know that I'm in that area, but, sometimes it's hard to understand. I'm not a special ed person, so I was very glad that Dr. Colesman included me in that READ Act, because that was such a big learning experience, and I want to thank you very much for that. But I think a lot of criticism that I hear sometimes from districts is about special education, and I'm glad to hear that things are moving and that people are getting educated and trying and wanting to learn more about and doing positive things for these children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Goff?
Thank you very much. Welcome. Always nice to hear your report. Two things. One of them is, do you all have reason or opportunity or motivation to spend some time with the Gifted and Talented State Advisory Committee? You know, your common work with Twice Exceptional in particular. I am the liaison to the State Advisory Committee for Gifted Ed, and a lot of times our conversation enters into the whole dynamic of that particular group of kids and their needs and their attributes. And it's been, I love serving on that committee and have developed a whole new appreciation for how so much of our work ties together and yet remains unique in its own right. So I just was curious about that, and if there's ever predict perhaps a need for some gathering of the minds, you know, even a one-time meeting of those of you who serve on these special committees often don't get that opportunity.
I defer to Carissa as she builds the agenda for the coming year, but I would think that that's even one of the presentations that we could have, because we kind of leave time for what's going on in and around the state.
Absolutely, and I know that there's been opportunities where we have had some of our committee members, they're able to share their expertise by serving on various committees, and so would certainly love the opportunity to collaborate to enhance education for both our 2E and our gifted students.
I will limit my, whatever my role may be, but I will bring it up for sure, and I
That's
think
great.
it'll be
Appreciate
appreciated
it.
to talk about. Other quick question, recently, we've been informed that you have vacancies on the committee, and I guess my question only is if the description of the vacancy is for 5 out of the 7 congressional districts, how do you keep your committee so well distributed among the congressional districts? Because then I said, I should go look at the membership and see how that works. I'm just curious how that works out, because the notion of putting it out there on such a broad scale that you have need for folks to serve without getting real specific in that as far as the positions that are vacant and if that means anything particular to one district over another. Because I have not had that type of experience with any committee that I've served on. And I'm just, I don't know,
Yeah, we
I'm
did. We
fascinated
both
and I'm impressed
we
by
both had served as membership chair, and I think there was a joke that when you first come into it, there's not much because you only do membership once a year, but the intensity that goes into the planning of it and to looking at, and I would call out David Raymer on Dr. Foster's staff, who has all the spreadsheets readily available, that we are able to look and say, are we underrepresented? So if we are looking for a special ed administrator, but we're short in a particular congressional district, then we may seek a special ed administrator from that district. So there's a lot of process that goes in. I don't know if you want to add it.
Yeah, absolutely, and I know that our membership committee, as they meet at each one of our meetings to review, what our committee makeup looks like, and so they're even, at our planning meeting, we already are deciding areas that we need to target for to create a more robust representation in a certain area, and that really goes out to the members of that committee, where they reach out to their local groups, to the schools, to parents, to advisory and advocacy groups to say, hey, this is a need. I know that one member was able to share this with their local ARC, and that went out to their larger network. So I think sometimes parents sharing it within their network of support professionals of groups they belong to helps really draw a good interest for our team.
Yes, Ms. Rankin.
Dr. Foster, thank you for for bringing this to us today, and thank you for the email, I believe it was from you, reaching out from, needing more members from the third, and I want to let you know I have called a couple of people, one that is familiar with the whole community, another one is a parent that I thought might be interested, or she would know some people in the third, but if you do not hear from them by the deadline and you still are looking in the third, please reach out to me, because I do know a lot of people in this community, but I've never been reached out to before, and I didn't want to come to this meeting without having made some contact.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'd love to take credit, but that's actually Dr. Colesman made sure that happened. So.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Colesman.
And I send it out to all my Facebook friends, which total about 5,000, so, and they're all over the state.
That's where all those applications came from.
Oh, it has popped up in some really,
It does.
a lot of really interesting spots, so.
Thank you. No,
I'm impressed
appreciate
by how they do that.
Further comments or questions? Okay. All right, very good. Thank you very much for the time you commit.
Appreciate it.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Foster. Okay, I think, is there any other business to come before the board before we believe we've exhausted our agenda for the day?
Really?
Are we missing
You'll
anything?
think about it as soon as you
Dr.
leave.
Anthony?
Well, it's really not, it's just a question that I have.
You have questions?
No,
Oh.
it's not something we have to do right
No,
in the
it's-
meeting itself.
We're early, so.
Yeah, throw it out there,
Do
Jane.
you have any prediction about next meeting? You know, are you ready to do the next coming up talk with us?
December, I think there's
It's
one
on the
thing
back
on
of
the
the
agenda or
agenda.
something.
It's on the
Dr.
very
Right,
back
and
of the
it
agenda.
seems that you may have added
Oh,
one
it
more
is?
thing to the agenda. So we have our, every December, we actually try to give you all December off, but because of one statutory requirement, we have to make sure all of the accountability, all of the performance plans are approved and sent out before the first of the year. So that's what's gonna come before you, via phone, and you usually just vote on that via phone. I think you've also added the legislative discussion, via phone, so I think we now have 2 items for that, is that right? Yeah.
So it is 9 o'clock on Wednesday, December something or other. 11th. Okay. All right. Anything else, Jane, Ms. Goff, anything?
Yeah, why not?
I have something.
I'm curious, I know that not all of us, but several of us have received a couple of emails talking, connected to the special education issue, about a particular situation, and
I don't know if I've received that, I don't know what
yeah,
you're
your
referring
name was
to.
on it, I'm trying to remember.
Recently?
It looks like it goes back to whoever was around about 2015. So Steve, I think all of you all are on it, I'm on it.
Right.
But
When did
there
that
are
come
also
out?
some former board members that email addresses on it, so there was another one this morning, the first one was last week, and it was from a lady whose son is at Erie High School.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it's a special education related situation. I'm just curious about,
I haven't read it.
I can send them all
Yeah.
back out to you.
Yeah,
If you wanna send them to me, they must
Yeah.
have my email wrong.
Maybe, and I
'cause I
know
haven't
that some of the
received anything.
emails were not what we normally use.
Okay.
But, I'll do that, and but the situation, a situation like that, I guess my question is, how do we?
Yeah, without knowing more about it, I wouldn't be able to
Short of sending everything
answer.
back to you, Katie, or
Yeah.
whoever might be indicated, do we have a way we wanna talk about that? The same goes for another set of emails recently, concerning SAT and College Board. You know, I know we often get those, this particular 2, there were at least 2, that do not include the staff email, the office
Right.
email on them, and, you know, we've got our own policies and procedures, but I do think it gets a little bit
Yeah, I responded to her.
loosey-goosey if we don't have some kind of a little more formal response to that type of thing, rather than, just not knowing. So is any one person responding or not, and what's being said? As a response, when these things come directly to the board itself, who should be responding, and what should the nature of that response be? And
Was-
I know that.
Was that the one with Joyce also helped? And I sort of crafted a letter with Joyce's response.
The topics are, it's pretty consistent, what the source of these emails is,
Mhm.
and the topic is consistent. And yet, you know, they don't include the staff emails, so when the staff is not directly addressed or contacted, where are we all with what we should be doing? And we can look at our operating procedures and follow that. But when the writer of the message in the first place chooses not to include the staff, I guess what is the expectation at that point? So that's that part of it. And just so you'll know, Joyce and I have talked about we're happy to volunteer to get together before our meeting on the 11th and just do a rough run-through of the document we could start with to look at for legislative priorities. So let us know if thoughts come to mind between now and then.
Ms. Goff, I did just look at that. Mr. Durham pulled it up for me. I think I did receive that. So yeah, when sometimes there are a lot, like 37 people on the list, we don't respond back to all. But when it is a special ed or any issue of abuse or because we actually do get these, we just know that staff are taking action. So I connect that to Dr. Foster, and then he reaches out directly to the individual and says what our formal legal state complaint process is. We connect them to all of those resources. If it is a potential mandatory report issue for allegation of abuse or anything like that, we do have John Penn respond to all of those and mandatorily report them to law enforcement if there's an allegation. So just know that if CDE staff are on there, and we have a protocol for when we must connect it, and we do respond to all those emails.
Thank you, and I assumed that was the case. Just,
Right.
There's always someone who's the first-time recipient of this kind of thing.
Right, and sometimes those emails have PII in them, and so we do not respond back to you. We do not forward it on. Like, we try to be very, we try to shut it down in essence, so as not to share PII.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Durham. I just wanted to say that sometimes I'm outspoken about summative education, summative assessments, but I just want to say that I do believe in some form of summative assessments that we have. My concern with it is that too often many districts, and I hear it from some of my districts, that from teachers, from parents, that too much time is being taken away from teaching content and teaching to the test. And I really oppose that. I think that we need to spend time on content. I understand if the kids need to learn the constructs, within that summative test. But I don't believe that we should take 6 weeks or 8 weeks out of the year to teach to a test. I just think that that's criminal. So I just want to make that clear about my beliefs on summative assessments.
Any further comments before we call it a day? State Board will stand adjourned until 9 a.m. Wednesday, December 11th.
Thank you.